If this is your first time here, welcome to Soft Voice Night. This channel is a quiet space for calm voices and gentle stories, created to help you relax, slow your thoughts, and drift into restful sleep. Tonight's story is a soft Victorian winter tale, filled with warmth, kindness, and moments meant to be listened to slowly. If you're looking to unwind, fall asleep, or escape the noise of the day, you're in the right place. Get comfortable, let the day fade away, and allow the story to begin. Part 1. The Gathering Storm. The city of York had been beautiful that morning, its ancient walls crowned with fresh snow, the minster's towers rising like guardians over streets that wound and turned upon themselves in patterns laid down centuries before. But beauty is a fleeting thing in December, and by afternoon the sky had darkened to the color of old pewter, heavy with the promise of worse to come. Thomas Wickham stood at the corner of Stonegate and Petergate, his breath pluming white in the still air, watching the last few merchants hurry to close their shutters before the storm arrived. He was a bookseller by trade, a man of modest means and moderate ambition, who had spent the better part of 40 years arranging words on shelves and could read a customer's character as easily as he read a title page. His shop, pressed between a haberdashery and a tavern, had been his entire world since his wife died 7 winters past. This Christmas Eve he had intended to close early, to retreat to his small rooms above the shop with bread, cheese, and a volume of sermons he'd been meaning to read. He was a man accustomed to solitude, had even grown fond of it, the way one grows fond of an old coat whose patches and worn elbows become marks of companionship rather than poverty. But as he turned to lock his door, he heard it, a sound so faint he almost mistook it for the wind beginning its evening prowl. A whimper, thin and fragile, coming from the narrow alley that ran between his shop and the tavern. Thomas hesitated. The storm was coming. The temperature had already begun to plummet, that particular bitter cold that seems to search out every gap in one's clothing and exploit it without mercy. Whatever business waited in that alley was none of his. He was not a young man. He had no obligations beyond his own comfort. Yet something, perhaps the memory of his wife's gentle reproaches when he showed himself too cautious, perhaps simply the stirring of an old instinct not yet entirely smothered by habit, made him step into the shadows of the alley. There, huddled against the brick wall, was a child. She could not have been more than 7 or 8 years old, though hunger and cold had given her the pinched, ancient look of someone far older. Her dress, if it could be called such, was little more than rags stitched together with hope and stubbornness. Her feet were bare, red and swollen from the cold. In her arms she clutched a bundle of sticks, the kind gathered from the gutters and sold by the pennyweight to those too poor to afford coal. She looked up at Thomas with eyes that were enormous in her thin face, dark and wary, like a cornered animal that has learned not to expect kindness. "Please, sir," she whispered. "I wasn't stealing. I was only resting a moment. I'll go." Thomas felt something crack within his chest, some long frozen thing giving way like river ice in spring. "Stay," he said, his voice rougher than he intended. "You'll catch your death out here." The girl shrank back slightly. "I've nowhere else." "Nonsense," Thomas heard himself say, though he had no clear idea what he meant to do. "You'll come inside. There's a fire. And soup, I think." "Yes, there must be soup." He extended his hand. The girl stared at it as though it were some exotic specimen she'd read about but never expected to encounter in the wild. Then, with the slow, painful decision of one who has been disappointed too often to trust easily, she placed her small, cold fingers in his. Thomas led her into the shop, the warmth hitting them like a gentle wave as he closed the door against the growing wind. The girl stood very still in the center of the room, surrounded by walls of books, her eyes wide with something that might have been wonder or might have been fear. She had not, Thomas realized, let go of her bundle of sticks. "What's your name?" he asked, lighting a lamp with trembling fingers. "Clara, sir." "Well, Clara, I'm Mr. Wickham. And you're quite safe here. Do you understand?" She nodded, but her grip on the sticks did not loosen. He found blankets in the cupboard, wrapped them around her shoulders, and set about making tea with an awkwardness born of long disuse of hospitality. As the kettle began to sing over the small stove in his back room, he watched the girl gradually relax, her shoulders dropping, her breathing deepening. When he placed the cup in her hands, weak tea, more hot water than anything, but sweet with the last of his sugar, she looked at him with an expression that made him turn away, blinking hard. "Are you alone, child?" he asked, his back still turned. "Yes, sir. My mother died in the autumn. There's been no one since." The simplicity of it struck him like a blow. No dramatics, no tears, just the plain statement of a plain and terrible fact. "And you've been gathering sticks to sell?" "Yes, sir. When I can. Sometimes the other children chase me off. They say I'm taking their corners." Thomas turned back to her. "Not tonight. Tonight you'll stay here, where it's warm. Tomorrow we'll see about the rest." He did not know what the rest might entail. He knew only that he could not send this child back into the streets, not tonight, not ever if he could help it. The knowledge sat strangely on him, both burden and relief. Outside, the first serious snow began to fall, thick flakes that swirled and danced in the lamplight from the shop window. Thomas stood watching it, a cup of tea cooling in his own hands, and thought about all the years he had lived within his careful walls, measuring out his days in chapters and verses, in the quiet accumulation of safety. Perhaps it had taken a child and a storm to show him how narrow those walls had become. Clara fell asleep on the settee near the stove, wrapped in blankets, her bundle of sticks finally released and lying beside her like a talisman. Thomas watched her for a long moment, this small stranger who had stumbled into his life at the very edge of the year's darkest night, and felt something he had not felt in many years, a sense of purpose beyond the simple maintenance of his own existence. He climbed the stairs to his rooms and began pulling out old blankets, spare pillows, anything that might make the child more comfortable. As he worked, he became aware of sounds in the street below. Voices, urgent and afraid. He went to the window and looked out. The storm had intensified. Already the snow lay several inches deep, and the wind had begun to howl around corners and down alleys with a voice that sounded almost human in its fury. Through the white chaos, he could see figures struggling past, heads bowed, hands clutched to hats and scarves. One figure in particular caught his attention. An old woman, bent nearly double by age and the weight of what looked like a sack of belongings, inching her way along the shop fronts, one hand against the wall for support. As he watched, she stumbled, went to her knees in the snow. Thomas did not think. He was down the stairs, through the shop, out into the bitter cold before conscious thought could stop him. The wind hit him like a physical force, driving snow into his eyes and mouth. He reached the old woman, helped her to her feet. "Come," he shouted over the wind. "My shop. Just here." She looked at him with rheumy eyes, suspicious even in her distress. "I've no money for charity. I'm not selling anything. Come." He half carried, half dragged her back to his door. The warmth inside seemed to revive her somewhat. She sank onto a chair near the stove, breathing hard, snow melting in puddles at her feet. "Thought I'd make it to my sister's," she gasped. 2 streets more. But this storm came on so quick. "You'll stay here tonight," Thomas said, with the firm authority of a man who is surprising himself with every word. "Both of you." The old woman followed his gaze to Clara, still sleeping on the settee. Something softened in her lined face. "Bless you," she whispered. "There's not many would in times like these." Thomas waved away her thanks, embarrassed. He made more tea, found the bread and cheese he'd set aside for his own supper, divided it between them. The old woman introduced herself as Mrs. Henshaw, widow of a sailmaker, living now on the charity of relatives who had less than they'd hoped and more dependents than they'd planned for. As she ate, color returning to her cheeks, Thomas found himself telling her about Clara, about finding the child in the alley. Mrs. Henshaw listened, nodding, her eyes moving between the sleeping girl and the bookseller with an expression he could not quite read. "There's good in the world still," she said at last. Sometimes you just have to wait for the cold to find it. Thomas was about to reply when another knock sounded at his door. He and Mrs. Henshaw exchanged glances. The storm had become a wall of white beyond the windows, the wind a constant shriek. No one should be out in this. No one would choose to be. He opened the door. 3 people stood on his threshold, 2 men and a woman, all looking half frozen and desperate. One of the men, tall and thin with the bearing of someone used to authority, spoke first. "Forgive the intrusion. Our carriage has broken an axle in the snow, and my wife," he gestured to the woman beside him, younger than him by some years, shivering despite the heavy cloak wrapped around her. "She cannot continue in this weather. I saw your light. If you have room, any corner at all, we would be most grateful. We can pay." "Come in," Thomas said, the words coming more easily now. "Quickly, before you freeze." They stumbled inside, bringing with them a gust of wind and snow that sent papers flying from Thomas's desk. The third man, clearly a servant, began apologizing profusely, but Thomas waved him quiet. "No harm done. Here, sit by the fire. All of you." As they arranged themselves near the stove, shedding coats and scarves, Thomas took stock of his unexpected household. Clara, still sleeping, curled into a small ball of warmth and trust. Mrs. Henshaw, watching everything with sharp, knowing eyes. The gentleman and his wife, who introduced themselves as Mr. and Mrs. Ashford, from London, travelling to York for Christmas with family. And the servant, whose name was James, young and earnest, who kept glancing at his master and mistress with barely concealed anxiety. The shop, which had seemed perfectly adequate for one solitary bookseller, now felt distinctly crowded. And yet, Thomas thought, not unpleasantly so. The press of bodies seemed to make the lamplight warmer, the shadows friendlier, the storm outside more a thing to be defied than feared. "Well," he said, attempting a lightness he did not quite feel, "it seems we're to have a rather fuller house than I'd anticipated this Christmas Eve." Mrs. Ashford managed a wan smile. "You're very kind to take us in, Mr. Wickham. Thomas Wickham. And it's no kindness, madam, merely common sense. No one should be out in weather like this." He busied himself with preparations, trying to determine how he might feed and shelter this improbable assembly. His rooms upstairs had 1 bed, a settee, some chairs. There were blankets, but not enough. Food for 1 or 2, perhaps, but 5. As if reading his thoughts, James spoke up. "We have provisions in the carriage, sir. Hampers meant for our hosts in York. If you'd permit me to brave the storm once more, I could retrieve them." Thomas hesitated. The wind sounded like it might tear a man off his feet. But James looked determined, and young enough to believe in his own invincibility. "Very well. But be quick about it, and don't be a hero. If the storm's too fierce, leave it." James nodded and disappeared back into the white chaos outside. The rest of them waited in an awkward silence, the wind howling around the shop's corners like a living thing trying to find its way in. It was Clara who broke the silence. She had woken, and now sat upright on the settee, staring at the assembled strangers with the wide, uncertain eyes of a child who has learned that adults are unpredictable creatures, capable of both kindness and cruelty in equal measure. "Are they staying?" she asked Thomas in a small voice. "Yes, child. Just for the night, until the storm passes." "Oh." She considered this, then looked at Mrs. Ashford. "You're very pretty." Mrs. Ashford's face transformed. The weariness and fear fell away for a moment, replaced by genuine pleasure. "Why, thank you, dear. What's your name?" "Clara." "That's a lovely name. I'm Elizabeth." And just like that, the awkwardness began to dissolve. Mrs. Henshaw asked Mr. Ashford about London, having never been to the capital herself. Thomas found himself describing his shop, his books, to an audience that seemed genuinely interested. Clara, emboldened by Mrs. Ashford's kindness, ventured closer to the fire, still wrapped in her blankets. When James returned, windblown but triumphant, bearing 2 large hampers, the mood shifted again. He laid out their contents on Thomas's desk: cold chicken, cheese, apples, a loaf of fine white bread, a bottle of wine, and, wonder of wonders, a small Christmas pudding. "Our hosts will understand," Mr. Ashford said firmly. "This is a more pressing need." They shared out the food with the solemnity of communicants at an altar. Thomas, watching his small shop transform into something between a refugee camp and a celebration, felt that strange sensation in his chest again, that cracking of old ice. How many Christmases had he spent alone, reading by lamplight, convincing himself that solitude was a choice rather than a sentence? As they ate, the conversation began to flow more freely. Mr. Ashford, it emerged, was a solicitor, traveling with his wife to spend Christmas with her family. James was more than a servant. He'd been with the Ashford family since boyhood, practically a member of the family himself. Mrs. Henshaw had once been a seamstress of some renown, before age had stiffened her fingers. Clara, prompted gently, spoke of her mother, of the small room they'd shared, of the songs her mother used to sing. Thomas listened more than he spoke, observing the way these strangers, thrown together by accident and storm, were beginning to weave themselves into something like a community. It struck him that this was what he'd been missing all these years: not company exactly, he'd had customers enough, but connection. The kind that comes when people see each other truly, without pretense or transaction. Outside, the storm reached its height. Snow piled against the windows. The wind found every crack and crevice, sending cold drafts skating across the floor. But inside, warmed by the stove and by something less tangible, they drew closer together. It was Mrs. Ashford who suggested it. "Shall we tell stories? It seems appropriate, somehow, being gathered like this on Christmas Eve." There was a murmur of assent. Clara's eyes lit up with an eagerness that made Thomas's heart ache. Even Mr. Ashford, who'd maintained a certain reserve throughout the evening, nodded slowly. "Who'll start?" Mrs. Henshaw asked, looking around at the circle of faces flickering in lamplight. A pause. Then Thomas heard himself speak. "I will. Though I warn you, I'm a man more accustomed to reading stories than telling them." "All the better," Mrs. Henshaw said. "The best stories are the ones we live, not the ones we read." Thomas cleared his throat, suddenly nervous. But Clara was looking at him with such hopeful attention that he couldn't disappoint her. "Very well," he said. "I'll tell you about my wife, and a Christmas long ago." Part 2, Stories in the Snow. The lamplight seemed to gather around Thomas as he began, as if the darkness itself were pressing close to listen. "Her name was Margaret," he said softly, "and she was the finest thing that ever happened to this modest life of mine. We were married 23 years, and I never once deserved her." He paused, surprised by the emotion in his own voice. He'd spoken of Margaret so rarely since her death, afraid that words might somehow diminish the memory. But now, with these strangers watching him with gentle eyes, the story seemed to demand telling. "The Christmas I want to tell you about happened the first year we were married. We were young and foolish and very poor. I'd just opened this shop, it was even smaller then, just the front room, and Margaret was teaching at the parish school for a wage that barely covered shoe leather. We'd planned to spend Christmas Day quietly, just the two of us, making the most of what little we had." Clara had shifted closer, drawn by the story. Thomas smiled at her and continued. "On Christmas Eve, late in the afternoon, there came a knock at the door. I opened it to find a man I barely recognized, someone I'd known slightly at school, years before. He looked dreadful, truly dreadful. His clothes were shabby, his face drawn with hunger and cold. He told me, very simply, that he'd lost his position, his lodgings, everything. He had nowhere to go." "What did you do?" Clara whispered. "I hesitated," Thomas admitted. "I'm ashamed to say it, but I did. We had so little ourselves, you see. And I hadn't really known this man, not well. I was about to offer him a shilling and send him on his way when Margaret appeared beside me. He could see her still, in his mind's eye, small and fierce and utterly certain. She didn't say a word to me. Just looked at this poor wretch on our doorstep and said, "You'll stay with us, of course. Come in." And that was that. Did he stay? Mrs. Ashford asked. He stayed. Not just for Christmas, but for 3 months after, until he found work. Slept on the floor of the shop, earned his keep by helping me sort books and serve customers. Margaret fed him from our own table, which meant she and I ate less. I grumbled about it, I confess. Thought we were being taken advantage of. Thought Christmas would be spoiled. Thomas's voice softened further. But do you know, it was the finest Christmas we ever had. Not because of the food, we had almost none. Not because of gifts, we had nothing to give. But because Margaret taught me something that night, something I forgot again after she died and only remembered tonight, when I found Clara in the alley. What did she teach you? Mrs. Henshaw asked gently. That a house isn't measured by what you keep for yourself, but by what you're willing to share. That the poorest man can be rich if he opens his door. And that sometimes the strangers we help are actually angels in disguise, sent to test whether we're as good as we think we are. He looked around at the faces circling him. I failed that test when Margaret died. I closed my door, closed my heart, convinced myself that solitude was wisdom. Until tonight. Until a child with a bundle of sticks reminded me what my wife tried to teach me all those years ago. The silence that followed was profound. Clara had tears on her cheeks. Mrs. Ashford had taken her husband's hand. Even James, standing near the door, had bowed his head. It was Mr. Ashford who spoke first. That's a gift worth more than gold, Mr. Wickham. To be reminded of what matters. He paused, then added, "It makes me think of my own failures." His wife turned to him in surprise. "Robert." He smiled sadly. "I think it's my turn for a story. Though mine is less heartening than Mr. Wickham's." He settled back in his chair, firelight casting shadows across his aristocratic features. When he spoke, his voice had lost its confident barrister's certainty. "Elizabeth and I have been married 5 years. 5 years this past autumn. We have a fine house in London, good prospects, everything society would deem necessary for happiness. Everything, that is, except the one thing we wanted most." Mrs. Ashford's hand tightened on his. Thomas could see the understanding passing between them, the shared grief. "We've wanted children," Mr. Ashford continued quietly. "Wanted them desperately. Each year we've hoped. Each year we've been disappointed. This past spring, Elizabeth," his voice caught. "There was hope again. For a few months we believed our prayers had been answered." Mrs. Ashford took up the story, her voice steady despite the tears slipping down her cheeks. "But in August, I lost the child. Not far enough along that the world would mourn with us, you understand. Just far enough that we mourned alone." "I'm so very sorry," Mrs. Henshaw murmured. Mrs. Ashford nodded her thanks. Robert threw himself into his work. I threw myself into, I don't know what. Keeping busy. Avoiding the nursery we'd prepared. This Christmas, my family insisted we come to York. A change of scene, they said. A chance to heal. But we nearly didn't come, Mr. Ashford admitted. I was making excuses right up until yesterday. Work obligations, difficult travel, all the usual evasions. The truth is, I was terrified of seeing my sister's children, of having to hold babies and smile and pretend my heart wasn't breaking. He looked at Clara, who was watching him with solemn eyes. Then our carriage broke down. And we ended up here. And I see this child, who's lost far more than we have, who has nothing but a bundle of sticks, and she's still brave enough to tell a stranger she's pretty. Clara ducked her head, shy suddenly. Mrs. Ashford held out her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the girl came to her. Mrs. Ashford drew her close, resting her cheek against Clara's hair with a tenderness that made Thomas have to look away. "Perhaps," Mrs. Ashford said softly, "we were meant to have our axle break tonight. Perhaps this is the gift we needed, not to be reminded of what we've lost, but of what we still have to give." The wind rattled the windows, but inside the shop, warmth seemed to radiate from the little group gathered around the stove. Thomas felt it, a palpable sense of something being mended, though he could not have said what exactly. Mrs. Henshaw spoke next, her voice cracking with age and emotion. "If we're confessing our griefs, then I've one to add to the tally. Though mine's an old grief, worn smooth by years like a stone in a stream." She shifted in her chair, the firelight catching the deep lines of her face. "I had a son once. Only one. My husband and I were blessed late in life, thought we'd never have children at all. Then there was William, our miracle." Her hands, gnarled with arthritis, twisted together in her lap. "He was everything we'd hoped for. Bright, kind, full of life. Grew up to be a fine young man. Joined the Navy, he did, wanted to see the world. We were so proud." Thomas could sense what was coming. These old stories had a familiar shape. He was 23 when his ship went down in a storm. Off the coast of Portugal. They never recovered the bodies. Mrs. Henshaw's voice had gone flat, the tone of someone who has told this story too many times to bear the full weight of it anymore. "My husband never recovered. Died 2 years later. I always thought of a broken heart as much as anything else." She looked up at them, her eyes bright. "I've been alone 30 years now. 30 years of Christmases spent with relatives who take me in out of duty but would rather I wasn't there. 30 years of being the sad old woman in the corner, the one whose mourning never quite ends. But tonight," she continued, and now her voice strengthened, "tonight I'm not that woman. Tonight I'm here with you, sharing food and warmth and stories, and I feel more alive than I have in years. William would have liked that. He always said I worried too much, lived too much in the past. 'Be here now, Mother,' he'd say. 'This moment's the only one we have.'" She smiled through her tears. He was right. He was always right. And tonight, thanks to Mr. Wickham's kind heart and a broken axle and a storm that won't let us be anywhere but here, I'm finally taking his advice." Clara had left Mrs. Ashford's side and gone to Mrs. Henshaw, climbing into her lap with the instinctive compassion of children who have known sorrow themselves. The old woman wrapped her arms around the girl, and for a moment neither spoke. James cleared his throat. "Might I tell one, sir?" he asked, looking at Mr. Ashford. "Of course, James. You're as much a part of this as anyone." The young servant came closer to the fire, standing rather than sitting, as if old habits of deference were hard to break. "Mine's not a sad story, begging your pardon. But it might be worth telling all the same." He had the ruddy, open face of someone who'd grown up in the country, Thomas thought. Honest and unpretentious. "I come from a village in Cornwall," James began. "Little place, barely 100 souls. My father was the blacksmith, and I was apprenticed to him as soon as I was old enough to hold a hammer. It was good work, honest work. But I wanted more. Wanted to see something beyond the same forge and the same faces and the same stretch of coastline I'd known all my life." He smiled ruefully. "So when I was 16, I told my father I was leaving. Going to seek my fortune in London. He tried to talk me out of it, said I was throwing away a good trade for foolish dreams. We argued. Terrible things were said on both sides. I left angry, and I didn't write for 2 years. By the time I did write," James continued, "I'd learned that London wasn't the golden city I'd imagined. I'd been through a dozen positions, slept in doorways, gone hungry more often than not. It was Mr. Ashford here who saved me, took me in when I was at my lowest, gave me a chance when I had no references and no prospects." Mr. Ashford waved away the praise, but James pressed on. "What I wanted to say was this. Last month I finally went home. Took my savings and bought a ticket back to Cornwall. I was terrified my father would slam the door in my face. Instead, he saw me coming down the road and ran to meet me. Ran, though he's nearly 60 and his legs aren't what they were. Threw his arms around me and wept. James's own eyes were bright now. He said he'd kept my old room just as I'd left it. Said he'd hoped every Christmas I'd come home. Said he'd been wrong to try to hold me back, that a man has to follow his own path even if it breaks his father's heart to watch him go. We spent 3 days together before I had to return to London. Best 3 days of my life. And I learned something I wish I'd known at 16. You can leave home and still carry it with you. You can seek your fortune and still honor where you came from. And the people who love you will always take you back, no matter how far you've strayed. He looked around at them, this improbable family created by storm and circumstance. Tonight, here with all of you, I'm reminded of that. We're all strangers, but we're taking care of each other. That's what my father taught me, what Mr. and Mrs. Ashford have shown me, what Mr. Wickham is showing all of us right now. That love isn't about blood or duty. It's about seeing someone in need and saying, "Come in. You're welcome here." The words hung in the air like bells. Thomas felt them settle into his bones, warming him from within. Around the circle, he saw the same recognition on every face. They had come together by accident, driven by wind and snow and broken axles. But they were staying together by choice, connected by something more enduring than weather. Clara spoke suddenly, her small voice cutting through the quiet. "May I tell one?" I turned to her. Mrs. Henshaw, still holding the girl, said gently, "Of course, child. If you want to." Clara took a breath, gathering courage. "It's about my mother. She died of the fever in October. But before she died, she told me something." The adults waited, hardly breathing. The girl's face, pinched and wary when Thomas had found her, now showed a fragile openness. She said, "Clara, I won't always be here to take care of you. But that doesn't mean you'll be alone. The world is full of kind people, if you're brave enough to look for them." I didn't believe her. After she died, I thought I'd never find anyone kind again. Everyone was mean or angry, or they just didn't see me at all. She looked at Thomas, then at each of them in turn. But tonight Mr. Wickham found me. And Mrs. Henshaw smiled at me. And Mrs. Ashford said I was pretty. And you've all shared your food and your fire and your stories. So I think maybe my mother was right. Maybe I just had to be brave enough to keep looking. Thomas felt his throat tighten. Mrs. Ashford was openly weeping now. Even Mr. Ashford had to wipe his eyes. "Your mother was a wise woman," Thomas managed. "And a brave one, to raise such a brave daughter." Clara nodded solemnly. "She sang to me every night. Even when she was sick. Even at the very end. Would you like me to sing one of her songs?" "Please," Mrs. Henshaw whispered. The girl's voice was thin and uncertain at first, but it grew stronger as she sang. It was a simple melody, a lullaby that spoke of stars and safety and love that endures beyond parting. The words were old, perhaps very old, the kind of song that mothers have sung to children for centuries, passing down comfort from generation to generation. As Clara sang, Thomas became aware of something shifting in the shop. The storm outside seemed to quiet, the wind's howl fading to a distant murmur. The lamplight grew steadier, brighter, casting fewer shadows. And the air itself felt different, warmer, softer, as if something gentle had entered and was moving among them. He glanced at the others and saw that they felt it too. Mrs. Ashford had closed her eyes, tears still tracking down her cheeks but her face peaceful. Mr. Ashford had bowed his head. James stood very still, as if afraid to break whatever spell had been woven. Mrs. Henshaw rocked slightly, holding Clara close, her lips moving in silent words, prayer or memory, Thomas could not say. When the song ended, the silence that followed was not empty but full, weighted with something Thomas had no name for. It was as if the stories they'd shared, the griefs and hopes they'd laid out like gifts between them, had created a space where ordinary rules did not quite apply. Where magic might be possible. "That was beautiful, child," he said at last. "Your mother would be proud." Clara smiled, the first truly unguarded smile he'd seen from her. In that moment she looked like any happy child, not the half-starved waif he'd found in the alley. The shop clock struck midnight, its chimes seeming to come from very far away. Christmas Eve had become Christmas Day. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, though they could not see this yet. The wind had dropped to nothing. The storm had passed, though its work remained in drifts and silence. "We should rest," Mr. Ashford said reluctantly, as if speaking might break the fragile peace they'd found. "It's late. We've a long day tomorrow." They made arrangements, improvised and imperfect. Mrs. Ashford and Clara would take Thomas's bed upstairs. Mr. Ashford and James would share the settee. Mrs. Henshaw had a pallet near the stove. Thomas insisted he was comfortable in his chair behind the desk. As they settled, wrapped in blankets and coats, the lamplight was turned low. The fire in the stove had burned down to embers but still gave off warmth. The shop, which had seemed so crowded earlier, now felt like a haven, snug and safe against the winter night. Thomas sat in his chair, watching over his unexpected charges. He could hear their breathing gradually slowing, deepening, as one by one they surrendered to sleep. Clara's voice, singing her mother's lullaby, still echoed in his mind. He thought about all the stories that had been told that night, all the pain and love and hope that had been shared between strangers. His wife's words came back to him, as clear as if she'd spoken them aloud. "A house isn't measured by what you keep for yourself, but by what you're willing to share." For the first time in 7 years, Thomas Wickham felt at peace. He must have dozed, because when he opened his eyes again, the shop was not as he remembered it. The darkness had not lightened, it was still deep night, but something was different. The air had changed. It held a quality Thomas had no words for, a sense of presence that made the hairs on his arms stand upright. The lamplight, which he turned low before settling, now seemed to glow with a softer, more diffuse radiance, as if the light itself had become something other than simple flame and oil. He sat very still, every sense alert. The others were sleeping, he could hear their breathing, see the gentle rise and fall of blankets. Yet he felt certain they were not alone. There was light coming from somewhere, he realized. Not from the lamp, not from the stove. It was seeping through the cracks around the shop door, pale and silver, like moonlight but more intense. He rose slowly from his chair, his joints protesting silently, and moved toward the source. The door was still bolted from inside, as he'd left it. But the light came through the keyhole, through the gap at the threshold, through every tiny space, as if something luminous were pressing against the other side, seeking entrance. Thomas's hand went to the bolt. Some rational part of his mind whispered warnings. It was the middle of the night. The storm might not have passed, there could be danger outside. But a deeper instinct moved his fingers, drew back the iron bar, grasped the cold handle. He opened the door. The street beyond was transformed. Snow lay everywhere, pristine and untouched, glowing with its own pale light. The storm clouds had parted, and through the gap shone a moon so bright it seemed impossible, casting shadows sharp as knife edges. Every surface gleamed. Every icicle hanging from the eaves caught and refracted the light into tiny prisms. But it was not the snow or the moon that held Thomas transfixed. In the center of the street, where the snow lay deepest, stood a figure. It was a woman, he thought, though the light made it difficult to be certain. She wore a cloak of some dark material that seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it, and in her arms she carried something wrapped in cloth. She stood perfectly still, as if she had been waiting there for hours, or perhaps for centuries. Thomas should have been afraid. Every rational fiber of his being told him this was impossible, unnatural, something from dreams or fever. But he felt no fear. Instead, a great calm settled over him, a sense of rightness so profound it was almost painful. The figure began to move toward him, crossing the snow with steps that left no prints. As she drew closer, Thomas could see her face, pale and ageless, with eyes that held depths he could not fathom. She was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with symmetry or youth, beautiful the way ancient things are beautiful, starlight, mountains, the sea. She stopped before his threshold, just at the edge of the lamplight spilling from his door. "Thomas Wickham," she said, and her voice was like wind through winter branches, like water over stone, like music half remembered from childhood. "You have opened your door tonight." "Yes," he heard himself say. "There were people in need." "There are always people in need," she replied. "Not everyone sees them. Fewer still invite them in." She shifted the bundle in her arms, and Thomas caught a glimpse of what she carried. A child, he thought, or something that resembled a child. Small and wrapped in swaddling, peaceful in sleep. "Who are you?" Thomas whispered. The woman smiled, and it was like the sun rising. "I am what you need me to be. A memory. A reminder. A promise that kindness is never wasted, that open doors matter, that love, even the smallest acts of love, ripple outward in ways we cannot measure." She looked past him into the shop, where his guests lay sleeping. Each of them carries a wound. Each has known loss. Tonight you have given them more than shelter from the storm. You have given them what they needed most: to be seen, to be heard, to be part of something larger than their own sorrow. Thomas felt tears on his cheeks, though he could not have said why. "I did nothing special. Only what anyone should do." "Exactly," the woman said. "Only what anyone should do. Yet how many do it? How many see the child in the alley and walk past? How many bolt their doors against strangers and tell themselves it is wisdom, not fear?" She extended one hand toward him, and he saw that she held something. A small object, carved from pale wood. He took it from her, and in his palm lay a star, perfect in its simplicity, smooth and warm despite the cold. "This is for you," she said. "And for them. A reminder of this night, when strangers became family, when stories became gifts, when locked hearts opened like doors." Thomas closed his fingers around the star. It seemed to pulse with gentle warmth. "Will I remember this?" he asked. "Or will I wake and think it was only a dream?" "Does it matter?" the woman replied. "Dreams and waking, memory and imagination, these are not so different as you think. What matters is what you do with what you've learned. Will you close your door again, Thomas Wickham? Or will you keep it open?" "Open," he said, and the word felt like a vow. "I'll keep it open." The woman nodded, as if this was the answer she'd expected. She turned to go, then paused. "The child," she said, indicating Clara with a small gesture. "She has no one." "She has me now," Thomas said, surprised by the certainty in his voice. "If she'll have me. And the others? When morning comes and the roads are clear, will you let them go as strangers?" Thomas thought of the stories they'd shared, the tears and laughter, the way their griefs had woven together into something like hope. "No," he said. "Not as strangers." "Good." The woman began to fade, or perhaps to merge with the moonlight and snow, becoming part of the winter night. "Then my work here is done. Merry Christmas, Thomas Wickham. You have been given a great gift tonight, not the gift of my presence, but the gift of seeing clearly. Do not waste it." "Wait," Thomas called. "What should I tell them? How do I explain?" But she was gone. The street was empty save for snow and moonlight. No footprints marked her passage. No sign remained that she had ever been there, save for the wooden star warming his palm. Thomas stood in the doorway a moment longer, letting the cold air clear his head. Had it been a dream? A vision? Or simply the product of exhaustion and too much cider? He could not say. But the star in his hand was real enough, solid and undeniable. He closed the door quietly and returned to his chair. The shop looked exactly as it had before, the sleeping forms, the dying embers, the lamplight flickering. Yet everything felt different. Or perhaps he felt different, changed in some fundamental way by what he had witnessed, dreamed, imagined. He set the star carefully on his desk where the lamplight could catch it, and watched it glow. Sleep came for him again, gentle and deep, and this time there were no more visitations, only the peaceful dark of a man at rest. Part 3. Christmas morning. Dawn came softly to York, the light creeping over snow-covered rooftops with the hesitancy of something uncertain of its welcome. Thomas woke to the sound of church bells in the distance, ringing out the news of Christmas morning to a city blanketed in white. For a moment he lay still in his chair, disoriented. Then memory returned in pieces: the storm, the strangers, the stories, and something else, something that shimmered at the edge of recollection like a dream not quite forgotten. His hand went instinctively to his pocket and found the wooden star. He drew it out, examined it in the grey morning light. Real, then. Unless he'd carved it himself in some fugue state, though he had no memory of doing so and precious little skill with a knife. Around him, his guests were beginning to stir. Mrs. Henshaw sat up on her pallet, groaning softly as old bones protested the hard floor. James stretched and yawned. From upstairs came the sound of footsteps, voices, Clara's bright laugh followed by Mrs. Ashford's answering smile of a sound. Thomas rose and went to the window. What he saw there made him catch his breath. The storm had left York transformed. Every street, every building, every bare tree branch was encased in white. The snow lay so deep that the usual landmarks, curbs, steps, gateways, had vanished beneath its smooth surface. It was beautiful, devastatingly so, and utterly impassable. "We won't be going anywhere today," Mr. Ashford said, coming to stand beside him. The solicitor had tidied himself as best he could, but his usually impeccable appearance was rumpled, his collar askew. He looked, Thomas thought, more human than he had the night before. "No," Thomas agreed. "The roads won't be clear for days." He expected complaint, perhaps even anger. Instead, Mr. Ashford smiled. "Good," he said quietly. "I find I'm in no hurry to leave." The others gathered around the window, drawn by the sight of the transformed city. Clara pressed her nose against the cold glass, marveling at the depth of the drifts. Mrs. Ashford joined her, pointing out the way the sun was beginning to catch the ice on the nearby fountain, making it sparkle like scattered diamonds. "Well," Thomas said, turning from the window, "if we're to be here another day, we'll need breakfast. Let me see what I can manage." What he managed was modest: the last of the bread toasted over the stove, the remainder of the cheese, weak tea. But they shared it without complaint, sitting around the desk in the gradually brightening shop, passing plates and cups with the easy familiarity of old friends. It was during this meal that Mrs. Ashford, glancing around, noticed the wooden star on Thomas's desk. She picked it up, examining it with interest. "This is lovely," she said. "Where did it come from?" Thomas hesitated. How to explain something he didn't fully understand himself? "I found it this morning. Someone must have left it." "But we were all here all night," James pointed out. "And the door was bolted." "Perhaps it was here before, and I'd simply never noticed," Thomas offered, though he knew this was impossible. Mrs. Henshaw reached for the star, and Mrs. Ashford passed it to her. The old woman turned it over in her gnarled hands, her expression growing distant. "My William carved things like this," she murmured. "When he was at sea. He'd send them home in his letters, little birds, ships, stars. Said it helped him remember what he was fighting for." She looked up at Thomas, her eyes bright. "This looks almost like his work. The smoothness, the simple lines. But that's impossible, of course. He's been gone 30 years. "May I see?" Clara asked. When the star was placed in her small hands, she cradled it carefully, as if it were made of something more precious than wood. "It's warm," she said in wonder, "even though it's been sitting in the cold shop." They passed it around the circle, each person holding it for a moment, each wearing a similar expression of quiet amazement. When it returned to Thomas, he felt again that sense of weight, of meaning beyond the physical object itself. "I think," he said slowly, choosing his words with care, "that this is meant to remind us of last night. Of the stories we told and the way we helped each other through the storm. Perhaps it's meant to be a symbol of what we found here, that strangers can become family, that kindness matters, that we're never as alone as we think we are." Mrs. Ashford nodded slowly. "I felt something last night. When Clara was singing. It was as if the room became Different. Warmer, somehow. Not just the fire, but something else. I felt it too, James admitted. Like we were being watched over. Protected. Christmas magic, Clara said with a child's certainty. My mother used to say Christmas Eve is when miracles happen. When the ordinary world gets thin and the extraordinary can slip through. Mr. Ashford, the pragmatist, the solicitor who dealt in facts and evidence, opened his mouth as if to offer a rational explanation. Then he closed it again and simply nodded. Some things, his expression seemed to say, were beyond the reach of law and logic. They spent that Christmas day together, snowbound and content. Thomas gave up any pretense of separating guest from host, stranger from friend. They pooled their resources, shared their stories, made the most of what little they had. Mrs. Henshaw, whose fingers were stiff with age but still remembered their skill, found needle and thread in Thomas's mending basket and began to repair Clara's dress, sking over the threadbare fabric. Mrs. Ashford joined her, and together they transformed the rags into something almost respectable. James and Mr. Ashford ventured out briefly into the snow, returning with armfuls of wood they'd salvaged from a fallen fence, enough to keep the stove burning through another night. Their cheeks were red with cold, their spirits high with the simple accomplishment of having provided for their temporary household. Thomas and Clara took inventory of his pantry, discovering forgotten tins at the back of shelves, a jar of preserves, a packet of dried fruit. Modest findings, but cause for celebration. Clara proved to have a quick mind for numbers, calculating portions and rationing with a seriousness that made Thomas's heart ache. "You're very clever," he told her as they worked. She ducked her head, pleased but uncertain how to accept praise. "My mother said I should go to school when she could afford it. But there was never enough money." "Well," Thomas said, making a decision in that moment that would change both their lives, "we'll have to remedy that, won't we?" Clara looked up at him with such hope that he had to turn away, busying himself with arranging tins. He'd said it without thinking, but now that the words were out, he realized he meant them. This child would not return to the streets. He would see to that, whatever it took. As afternoon faded toward evening, they gathered again around the stove. The lamplight pushed back the early winter darkness. Outside, York lay quiet under its blanket of snow, the city's usual bustle stilled by the storm's aftermath. It was Clara who suggested they tell more stories, but different ones this time, not tales of sorrow and loss, but of joy and hope. Of Christmases remembered with happiness. Of moments when life had surprised them with grace. Mrs. Henshaw spoke of her wedding day, of dancing with her husband in a room full of candles, of feeling young and beautiful and infinitely blessed. Her face, as she remembered, shed years, became almost girlish again. James told of his reunion with his father, of the moment when old hurts were forgiven and love proved stronger than pride. His voice shook with emotion, but his smile never wavered. Mr. and Mrs. Ashford, speaking in turns, described the day they'd met, the unlikely circumstances, the immediate sense of recognition. "As if we'd been waiting for each other all our lives," Mrs. Ashford said, and her husband squeezed her hand in silent agreement. Thomas spoke of Margaret again, but this time he chose a happy memory, a summer afternoon, a picnic by the river, the way she'd laughed when he'd tried to skip stones and sent them all straight to the bottom. "She said I was the worst stone skipper in England," he remembered. "And probably the best husband, so it balanced out." When it came to Clara's turn, she thought for a long moment. "My favorite memory," she said at last, "is from when I was very small. It was Christmas Eve, and my mother and I were walking through the city. We had no money, but she showed me all the shop windows, all the decorations, and she told me stories about each one. She made me feel like I was the richest girl in the world, even though we had nothing." She looked around at the circle of faces watching her. "Tonight feels like that. Like I'm rich even though we're snowbound in a bookshop with hardly any food. Like these are the decorations," she gestured at them all, "and you're the stories." Mrs. Ashford pulled her close, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Ashford looked away, but not before Thomas saw him wipe his eyes. Mrs. Henshaw was openly weeping. James had his fist pressed to his mouth. "You're a wise child," Thomas managed to say. "Wiser than most adults I know." As darkness fell completely, they made their arrangements for another night. But this time there was no awkwardness, no sense of imposition. They moved around each other with the practiced ease of people who had become, in the space of a single day and night, something like a family. Before they slept, Thomas brought out the star again. "I want each of you to hold this for a moment," he said, "and make a promise to yourself, to the rest of us, to whatever power brought us together. A promise about what you'll do differently when you leave this place." He held it first, feeling the smooth wood warm against his palm. "I promise," he said, "that I will never close my door to someone in need again. That I will remember Margaret's lesson and honor her memory by living it." He passed it to Mrs. Henshaw, who held it with trembling hands. "I promise to stop living in the past. To honor William by embracing life, not by mourning his death. To James, I promise to visit my father more often. To remember that work is important, but family is everything. To Mr. Ashford, I promise to put my family before my career. To be present for my wife, to be the husband she deserves, to be ready, if we're blessed, to be the father I've wanted to be. To Mrs. Ashford, I promise to stop letting fear of loss keep me from love. To open my heart again, whatever the risk. And finally to Clara, who held the star with both hands, looking at it as if it might hold answers to questions she hadn't yet learned to ask. I promise, she said softly, to be brave. To believe my mother was right, that there are kind people in the world. And to be kind myself, so that someone else who's scared and alone might find what I found here. She looked up at Thomas. And I promise to be good, if you'll let me stay with you. I'll work hard and I won't be any trouble, Anne. Hush, Thomas said gently. You'll stay because I want you to stay. Because this old bookshop needs a child's laughter in it. Because you belong here now, with me. No conditions, no promises of being good required. You're already good enough, exactly as you are. Clara flew into his arms, the star clutched between them, and Thomas held her while she cried, not tears of sorrow now, but of relief, of hope, of joy so overwhelming it had to spill over into weeping. Around them, the others smiled through their own tears. The lamplight flickered and steadied. The stove sent out its warmth. Outside, snow continued to fall softly, gently, adding another layer to the white that blanketed the world. They slept that night in peace, the star on the mantelpiece above the stove, its pale wood gleaming in the dying firelight. Part 4, The Thaw. The next morning brought the sound Thomas had been half expecting, half dreading, the scrape of shovels on stone, the voices of men calling to each other, the gradual return of the city to life. York was digging itself out. By noon, the street outside his shop had been cleared enough for passage. By evening, carriages were moving again, slowly and carefully, but moving. The storm's grip had been broken. Life, with all its demands and obligations, was reasserting itself. Thomas's guests began to prepare for departure. Mrs. Henshaw's sister sent word that she'd been frantic with worry. Thomas arranged for a carter to take the old woman to her family. She left with tears and promises to visit, with warm embraces for everyone, especially Clara. You've given me a gift, she told Thomas at the door. You've reminded me that I'm not just a burden to be shuffled from house to house. I'm still a person with love to give. Thank you for that. James and the Ashfords stayed another day while their carriage was repaired. During that time, Thomas watched the transformation in the couple. They no longer moved like two people orbiting the same sun but never quite meeting. They walked with linked arms. They spoke in murmurs and smiles. Whatever wound had been festering between them seemed to have begun its healing. On the morning of their departure, Mrs. Ashford took Thomas aside. We've been talking, she said. Robert and I. About children, about what we want our lives to look like. We've decided we're going to inquire about adoption. There are so many children like Clara, children who need homes and love. We can't replace what we lost, but we can open our hearts to new love. She glanced at Clara, who was helping James pack the last of their things. Seeing you with her, seeing how you opened your home without hesitation, it showed us what was possible. What we could do, if we were brave enough. You were already brave, Thomas said. You just needed to be reminded. Mr. Ashford, overhearing, joined them. We'd like to stay in touch, if you're willing. Visit occasionally, write letters. This Christmas brought us more than shelter from a storm. It brought us back to ourselves, to each other. That's not something we want to lose. Thomas felt his throat tighten. I'd like that very much. They exchanged addresses, made plans. When the Ashfords' carriage finally pulled away, Clara and Thomas stood in the doorway, waving until it disappeared around a corner. Then they went back inside, just the two of them now, and the shop felt both emptier and fuller than before. Is it strange? Clara asked, looking around at the space that had held so many people such a short time ago. To have it quiet again. Very strange, Thomas admitted. But good strange, I think. We'll get used to it. Will they really come back? Or was that just something people say? Thomas thought about the promises made over the wooden star, about the tears and embraces and the way their lives had become intertwined in the space of 2 nights. Yes, he said with certainty. They'll come back. We're family now, in the way that matters most. Not by blood, but by choice. By what we shared and what we promised each other. Clara seemed satisfied with this answer. She wandered over to the desk where the star still sat, picking it up and turning it over in her hands. Do you think it was real? She asked. The angel, or whatever she was. Thomas joined her, taking the star from her hands. In daylight it looked like simple carved wood, nothing more. But he could still feel the warmth of it, still remember the figure in the moonlit street, still sense the presence that had filled his shop that night. I think, he said slowly, that it doesn't matter if it was real in the way most people mean. What matters is what we learned from it. What we do with what we experienced. So it was like a story, Clara said. And stories don't have to be real to be true. Thomas smiled. Trust a bookseller's daughter, for that's what she was now, he realized, to understand that particular paradox. Exactly like a story. Part 5. Spring comes. Winter gradually loosened its grip on York. January gave way to February, February to March. The snow melted, revealing streets and gardens beneath. Buds appeared on trees. The air grew warmer, gentler, full of promise. Thomas's shop, which had been so quiet for so long, became something different. Clara brought life to it, her questions, her laughter, her bright presence turning every corner. Thomas taught her to read from his stock of books, watched her devour stories with a hunger that reminded him of his younger self. He enrolled her in the parish school, where she proved to be a quick and eager student. The teachers remarked on her intelligence, her determination. Thomas glowed with pride he had no right to feel, yet felt it nonetheless. True to their word, the Ashfords wrote regularly. Their letters told of their application to adopt, of the slow grinding of bureaucracy, of their hopes and fears. In April, they wrote with joyous news. They had been approved, and were waiting to be matched with a child. Thomas and Clara celebrated with cakes and tea. Mrs. Henshaw visited in March, looking healthier and happier than she had on that storm-swept Christmas Eve. She'd taken up her needlework again, she told them, was teaching young girls in her sister's neighborhood to sew. Her hands still hurt, but the work gave her purpose, connection. She wasn't just the sad old woman in the corner anymore. I wake up in the morning now, she said, and I think, what would William want me to do today? And the answer is always the same, live. Be useful. Be kind. So that's what I do. She brought gifts for Clara, a dress she'd sewn herself, beautifully made, better than anything the girl had ever owned. Clara wore it constantly, until Thomas had to insist she take it off for washing. James came once, on business for Mr. Ashford, and stayed for dinner. He'd been promoted, he told them proudly. Was being given more responsibility, more trust. He'd used some of his increased wages to send money to his father, to help with repairs to the smithy. They wrote to each other now, he and his father, long letters full of the things they'd never said aloud. "I'm going to visit at midsummer," James said. "Taking a whole week." Mr. Ashford insisted. Said family was more important than work, and if he could learn that lesson, his employees should too. Each visit, each letter, seemed to Thomas like a thread being woven into a larger tapestry. The connections made on that Christmas Eve were not fading with time and distance, but growing stronger, deeper. They had become part of something larger than themselves, a family not of blood but of choice, not of proximity but of love. The wooden star remained on the mantelpiece in the shop. Thomas never moved it. Sometimes he would catch Clara looking at it, her expression distant, contemplative. Once he asked her what she was thinking. "I'm remembering," she said. "All of us around the fire, telling our stories. How sad everyone was, but also how brave. And I'm thinking about how sometimes the hardest nights turn into the best mornings, if you can just hold on long enough." Thomas pulled her close. "When did you become so wise?" "I've always been wise," she said with the supreme confidence of childhood. "You just needed a storm to notice."